Hello, hello. Okay, so it works.
Hey, hey. The microphone? Can you hear the microphone? Any of the mic? Hey, 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 hey. Hey, hey, hello, hello. Check 1, check 2. You hear the microphone? Okay. Hey, 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 1, 2. Checking the microphone. Hello, 1, 2, 1, 2. Hey, hey, 1, 2, 1, 2. Ladies and gentlemen, hello. Can you hear me on the microphone? Just testing the handheld microphone. Hello, 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 1, 2. 1, 2, 3. Hello. Check 1, check 2, check 3, check 4. Hello, ladies and gentlemen. All good? Yeah?
I just want flex, don't need stress in my life. Avoid the hour, I don't want queue for the bank. Sharp, sharp, I don't open an account. Digital bank, we get the power and I vote. I pay my bills easily, I'm running things like a boss. Collect a loan with no collateral.
Let me just give a moment for everybody in the reception to come into the room, and then we can get started. Thank you. Reception to please come in. Can we come in quickly and take our seats? Thank you, ladies and gentlemen. Please come in quickly and take your seats. Let's take our seats. Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. Good evening, good evening. May I have everybody's attention, please? May I have everybody's attention, please? May I have everybody's attention, please? Thank you. Thank you so much. Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, welcome to tonight's event. Once again, you're welcome to the 10th African Leadership Persons of the Year Award investiture for 2022. The last time I hosted this event was somewhere in 2012. So I count it a privilege to be standing here before you once again. My name is Priscilla Winkle, and I am going to take us through the evening, and I hope that we can all work together to make it a smooth evening. And our theme tonight is philanthropy, impact investing, and sustainability in Africa. If you're familiar with the African Leadership Magazine's events, you will agree with me that our events always comes packed. Takes us right across Africa. We have Africans from the north to the south to the east and the west. Africans who you would not normally hear of. But then when you come into these events and into our venues, you will hear of the amazing work that is happening across the continent by Africans for Africans. So I hope that tonight we're all ready, we're prepared, and we are open to hear, because I can guarantee you we are going to hear from some amazing Africans. So once again, you are all welcome. So to start our evening, we're going to start off with a video. It's technical, let's take it away. Okay, so we're just working with technical to put the video together, but it's just a mini documentary that will tell you a little bit. It's about 12 minutes long, and I will tell you a little bit about the African Leadership Magazine. It's more of a business magazine that speaks to captains of industries, as I said, across the continent. But the work is not just the work that happens across the continent. It is one that you will often see that we also branch out into Asia. We also have connects with other parts of the world, and you will find that they're also not only featured in the magazine, but they're often at our events. I suspect that tonight our chairs are less filled at the moment because some people are confused. I don't know about you, but I certainly was trying to find my way in. I got to the Dorchester and it wasn't my usual entry. And I did a lap around the building before I found the right entrance to get in. So I don't know if you had the same experience, but apparently they are remodeling downstairs. So hopefully the next time we visit, we should, be walking into a beautiful, remodeled, amazing Dorchester hotel. So how are my technical people doing? Are we ready? Right. Okay. So whilst we're waiting for technical to get ready, why don't I invite our CEO to come up and to do the welcome address. So distinguished ladies and gentlemen, can we put our hands together for Dr. Ken Gyami?
Thank you, Priscilla. It's always a good experience to be in gatherings like this where the subject is Africa. I'm excited to welcome all of you to today's dinner. I'm Nigerian, so we like to read speeches, so forgive me if I start to read. All right. So Your Excellency Baroness Sandy Verma, who is our keynote speaker for the evening and member UK House of Lords, Your Excellencies, members from ambassadors, high commissioners, members of the diplomatic community, our very distinguished honorees tonight and winners of the various categories of the African Leadership Presence of the Year Awards, members of the African diaspora community here present and those joining us online, my friends, members of the media, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen. It is my honor and pleasure to welcome you all to what is the 10th edition of the African Leadership Magazine Presence of the Year Awards presentation ceremony. This is the first time we'll be holding this as a hybrid event since 2019, following the outbreak of the COVID-19 pandemic. And although travel restrictions and travel barriers have been relaxed the world over, many of us are now embracing the new reality of participating virtually in activities such as this. So today we are joined by several people online joining us from various countries across Africa and the world. And to all of you, I also say welcome. The African Leadership Magazine Persons of the Year Awards is a demonstration of our commitment to promoting achievements on the continent. We believe that Africa is not the challenges it faces. We believe that Africa is more than wars and hunger and poverty. We believe that there are Africans who make a difference, who contribute to world peace and progress. And the African Leadership Persons of the Year's Award, it's a platform to recognize those individuals who, in spite of the very Herculean challenges they face, still make it a commitment, make the commitment to contribute to progress. And the Persons of the Year has become the premier vote-based endorsement platform on the continent to celebrate Africa's purveyors of hope across diverse spectrums of the society, in business, in politics, in diplomacy, in philanthropy, and among men and women who are helping to position the continent in the positive light it deserves, altering the negative image, and tirelessly impacting their communities, making our society a better place for all. We're here to celebrate those individuals who engender growth and foster socio-economic development of our dear continent. It is through their very sacrificial lives that the continent still survives today. It is for that reason we celebrate them. The selection process is very vigorous as they pass through a vote-based system and through a multi-level screening process to emerge winners. We're excited to have some of them in the room today, and a few of them will be joining us virtually from their various locations. The focus of today's ceremony is hinged on philanthropy, impact investing, and sustainability in Africa. Seemingly, Africa has a face of poverty. People see Africa as a place where there's the absence of qualified talents on the ground, poor access to financing needed to promote the reconstruction needed, and achieve sustainable development. However, the irony is that though Africa is seen as a continent that is behind, across the world, Africans across various spheres of life are making tremendous contributions to the growth and development of major economies around the world. I would think that it is time that Africans begin to think again and look at their home continent. Right now, everybody's talking about Ukraine, but much worse happens in Africa and nobody bats an eyelid. I think that's telling. That's telling. Africans everywhere should begin to think again. And of course, I say Africans and friends of Africa. We are blessed to have great friends of Africa in the house, and we'll continue to work with our partners who truly love progress on the continent and desire to move our societies forward. Thank you. Africa is indeed a continent of promise, and we must therefore rise above these limitations and take steps towards moving our common patrimony forward. Today, in the course of this ceremony, our keynote speaker, Baroness Sandeep Verma, a member of the UK House of Lords, and our other speakers will share their thoughts on how we can move the continent forward and especially strengthen UK-Africa ties. We believe that the UK remains one of the strongest partners of Africa, and much can be done, much more can be done. Let's identify what should be done and how we, all of us, the African diaspora, can play a part in driving this agenda. I know I said I was going to read the speeches, but forgive me, let me drop the speeches. I'm not the speech maker today. I'm not the one that's going to give the speeches. We've got great people who will give speeches in the house today. But permit me to say thank you for coming for this beautiful ceremony. And when it's time to celebrate the few that we've selected, don't be jealous, support them. Your turn will be next. Somehow I can assure you of that. So on that note, thank you so much, Priscilla, and have a beautiful evening.
Thank you very much, sir. Please, let's appreciate our CEO once again. Can we put our hands together for Dr. Ken? Okay, the video that I promised is ready, but it appears we can only have it on one screen. So I think it's the Dorchester's fault. So if we can all look to my right to this screen here, the video documentary is just going to tell us a little bit about the journey and where we're at. So technical, please. Thank you.
For far too long, Africa has suffered from negative stereotypes and media bias at the hands of the major Western media organizations. The continent has been described and called by every single challenge faced by the people, including poverty, disease, hunger, and youth unemployment, breeding despair and hopelessness in Africa's young people in our globalized world. As a result, these challenges and illegal migration occasioned by this and other issues continue to be major concerns. But that is not all the story. Africa is home to 6 out of the world's top 10 fastest growing economies. Africa is a tourist haven and an ultimate investment destination with abundant human and mineral resources. So many more positives and progress stories that the Western media selectively ignore, and other times actively suppress.
On our own, we're invisible. But together, if we choose, we could be invincible. And that's the thing for Africa. We don't have to any longer take the nonsense about how other people define us. Let us define ourselves. And we have the genius, we have the knowledge, we have the ability, but also look at our countries. We have the minerals, we have the land, and we have all that which could make Africa the first continent in the world.
Over the last 13 years, African Leadership magazine has committed itself to tirelessly showcasing the best of Africa to a global audience, telling the African story from an African perspective, highlighting unique African solutions to peculiar challenges being faced by the continent today, while standing in defense of African and minority leaders globally that are known for their legacy-based approach to leadership, but unduly attacked by foreign mercenary interest.
I accept to go above and beyond and help Africa make even greater strides. I accept to deliver selflessly. I accept to serve Africa and Africa's interest until the day that I die. But it takes a village. So tonight, please join me by reaching out the hand of the person next to you. Just reach out to them. There's no coronavirus over here. Hold them. Then tell them. Let's do more. Together. For Africa. Together we sow. Together we reap. Together we build a better Africa. And give them a high five.
African Leadership magazine and its events and conferences have become the continent's foremost indigenous African-led business platform, helping business leaders, entrepreneurs, and executives develop and deepen their African influence and networks to fast-track their growth story and business interests on the continent. In Africa, where many of the countries are known for weak institutions, poor infrastructure, and some of the world's horrific conflicts, the inspiring example and impact that one truly effective leader exemplifies and transmits is truly powerful and game-changing, not just for the immediate beneficiaries, but for the world. That is why African Leadership Magazine have made it our mission to not only discover and celebrate these outstanding African leaders and institutions and position them as agents of change that they truly are, but enable them to continue to inspire and lead effectively so our world becomes a better place for all.
We aim for the same economic and social progress. Shoulder to shoulder, we will stand together and continue to build an Africa that is free and independent. The struggles of our people and their development aspiration remain fundamentally intertwined with those of fellow Africans elsewhere in our continent.
We continue to publish the bi-monthly and highly rated African Leadership Magazine, as well as the gender-focused quarterly Amazon's Watch magazine, and have spotlighted, celebrated, and worked with over 20 African heads of state, over 250 senior African corporate leaders, public servants, and community champions, enabling these leaders to go on to make their communities to become healthier, safer, and more prosperous.
The one who buys what you produce supports your prosperity. Therefore, there must be no sectarianism in Uganda because it fragments our market. Moreover, even the Ugandan market is not enough. We need the African market. Hence, Pan-Africanism is core to our program. With the united African market, we can negotiate for access to other markets of the USA, China, India, Russia, Japan.
Two of the heads of states we worked with went on to win the Nobel Prize, while our high-level events and work with business leaders have resulted in over $5 billion in deals and more than 500 strategic partnership deals in the last 13 years, creating jobs and opportunities for all. And from a percentage of our corporate profits, we have so far catered and sponsored over 86 indigent African children through their secondary and tertiary education through our Send a Child to School program, our proudest achievement. This is a resurgent Africa, and all of us have a role to play in it. And together, we will bring back the sunshine and sustain the progress that the continent truly deserves. Visit our website and join hands with us as we work towards the eradication of extreme poverty using education as a tool, and the overall attainment of the Global Sustainable Development Goals, both for our benefits and for future generations to come.
Can we please put our hands together? As I said earlier, you know, when you come to these events, you're in the company of great Africans. And if African Leadership Magazine wasn't doing something special, I don't think all of those that we saw mentioned there will be associating with the brand. So as I said earlier, I hope that we're open and we're ready to avail ourselves to enjoy our evening, to participate in the evening, to interact with one another, because in our interactions, we will not only connect for the better, but you just never know what door it will open for you. So once again, can I ask us to put our hands together? Thank you. Once again, I'd like to welcome our online guest. Unfortunately, not everybody is able to be in the room tonight, but they are very much in the room in their respective locations. So we welcome you once again, as our CEO said, and I hope that you will enjoy the evening with us. And it's amazing what we learned during the pandemic, didn't we? We learned so much. I know that during the pandemic, there are a series of events that we do across the year, and a lot of it was done online. And a lot of people joined in online from across the world. Some of these events, if you go online, you know, it's had like 40 or so thousand views from across the world and people connected. And tonight is no different. We've learned from the pandemic that we don't just have to all gather in a room, but we can actually have a hybrid event where, you know, those who are not able to make that flight to get that visa, to leave what they're doing, to be present, can still be present just not physically. So I think it's simply amazing. And so on that note, I'd like us to have our very first keynote remark, our first remark tonight, and that's coming from His Excellency, Dr. Lazarus Chakwera, President of Malawi. Can we put our hands together, please? Bear with us. You know, they say when you started, it's only, it's in 2020 that we all started, the famous, can you hear me? Suddenly somebody's speaking to you and they're like that. And it's like, oh dear, the internet's gone. So I think that's what we're having tonight. Our networks are so powerful, but it never ceases to let us down just when you don't need it. Tonight is no less. So let me just check. Gentlemen, which one do we have? Do we have our other video ready? Do we have Dr. Tedros ready? Okay, so in that case, whilst we're trying to get the President of Malawi's remarks ready, why don't we listen to Dr. Tedros Ghebreyesus, the Director General, World Health Organization. Can we please put our hands together? Thank you.
Your Excellency, President Lazarus Chakwera, I offer my warm congratulations on this recognition as the 2021 African of the Year. It reflects your commitment to the prosperity, health, and safety of the people of Malawi and the entire continent of Africa. You have taken compassionate and pragmatic measures at home to protect your people, including by pardoning prisoners to reduce crowded conditions, and your advocacy for vaccine equity, for debt relief, and against Afrophobic travel bans have been courageous and inspiring. Congratulations, Your Excellency, on this well-deserved recognition. I look forward to continuing to support your efforts to protect and promote the health of all people in Malawi and in Africa. And last week, it was great to have you here in our premises in WHO. It was an honor and look forward to working with you very closely. I thank you.
Can we please put our hands together? Incidentally, last year, Dr. Tedros was one of the recipients of the Persons of the Year award. Are we ready for His Excellency's, with His Excellency's video? We're not, okay. I shall move on briefly, so quickly, so that I don't keep us all waiting. Okay, so on that note, let me introduce our first speaker tonight. She's here to deliver the keynote, and it's such an honor to be in the room with her. So let me just tell you a little bit about her. She has served as a parliamentarian under Secretary of State at the Department for International Development from May 2015 until July 2016. She has been a member of the House of Lords since 2006 and previously served as Parliamentary Undersecretary of State for DECC. Prior to becoming Parliamentary Undersecretary of State for DECC, she was spokesperson for the Cabinet Office, International Development, Women and Equalities, and Business Innovation and Skills. I tell you, it's not easy to be a politician in our House of Commons here, but she has held down the fort. Ladies and gentlemen, please, can we put our hands together? Let's welcome our Baroness Sandeep Verma. Can we give her a warm welcome, please? Thank you, ma'am. You're welcome. I don't know how to do it. Let me get my hands free.
Thank you, Priscilla. Can you all hear me? Oh, perfect. Because if you can't, I can move that. I'll just raise my voice louder. First of all, thank you all very much for being here. I'd like to thank Dr. Ken Gyami. Is it? Am I saying it right? Gyami. Oh, God, I got it wrong. And I've been practicing that. And to our wonderful people listening online. I want to start by saying, if I look and sound a bit slurry, I flew in from Uganda this morning, and I've been there for 5 days on business. And what was said earlier by Ken is absolutely right. the vision we get of Africa is so distorted. And I'm going to ask your forgiveness right from the beginning if I go off message. I don't write notes often, simply because I think when you talk about things you believe and are passionate about, you don't need notes. And so if I give a little bit of background, I am a businesswoman by background. So my first business was at the age of 19 in high fashion. I've loved business. I've loved the challenges of business. I also believe most people get frightened of doing business because they fear failure. Now, my approach to all of this is, if you don't fall down a few times, how do you know when you get up that you can be resilient? So you need that falling down. It's good for you. It's healthy for you to do a challenge that you may not think you might come through. Second thing is, I love politics. Why? Because you can actually make some changes when you need to. And as you can see, I'm a short little Indian lady. I've got a big mouth, but I'm short. You can hear me before you see me. But the reason for that is because I believe firmly, unless you are visible and are being heard, nothing changes. So when I talk about the continent of Africa, and it's huge, with its over 1 billion people, why do we think we can ignore over 1 billion people, first and foremost? And why is it that the people of Africa cannot actually stand up and recognize the strengths that they hold? I've been in and out of Africa for years, and I can tell you one thing: I don't recognize what I see on television screens. I see dynamic people. I see incredibly clever people. I see people who are go-getters. I see people who are desperately wanting to change their countries. However, we stop people from doing that because we don't actually want the change to happen so quickly, because it undermines our own ability to be able to say, this is how we want it done. And I want people to take ownership. It's easy to blame somebody over there, and it's easy to accept something from over here. But what I found over the years, and my team, my son has set up a business in Uganda in renewable energy. It's a business that's working closely with the UK government through UK Export Finance. And to be quite frank, that's where it all belongs, these partnerships. The United Kingdom and African countries, whether it's Uganda, which is where we are at the moment, we're about to go into Kenya, but these are the partnerships we really, really want to formulate. But we want to formulate them on the basis of what Africa needs for Africa, not what we think Africa needs. And that's where you guys, who are the diaspora here, have got to become much more engaged, much more dynamic with engagement of how do we do business when there are the resources of natural resources in abundance, the talent of the largest, youngest population on the planet sitting in a huge continent of Africa. What do we need to do to create and generate those partnerships so they work better together? And so I sit with many, many people in different meetings, and actually, Priscilla, you're right. What did COVID teach us? COVID taught us I could sit here in the UK and have a partnership going on across the world without having to clock up lots and lots of carbon miles. But it also taught me that I had a whole audience that I'd never reached out to before. So if we've got all of those tools, because COVID has taught us, through the misery that COVID has bestowed upon all of us, it's also bestowed the ability for us to think differently. So given that we're slowly coming out of COVID, given that we've got all of these new technologies and new approaches, why would we want normal to look like normal did 2 years ago? Why can't the normal look different? And why can't we take ownership of that new normal? And how do we do it? we look at people who we share common themes with. So we know that we want to reduce carbon emissions. We know that by and large in countries in Africa, the products produced on the farms are organic because they don't use pesticides. I mean, I go into, we've got a wonderful poster girl called Gladys. She's a 77-year-old farmer. We went to her farm the other day and we literally picked off passion fruit and ate it as we were walking. And I can tell you one thing, I have never tasted passion fruit like that before, because it's free of all the chemicals that we're so used to putting in our bodies. Why is it we can't develop those markets closer and better? Why is it that we are still so dependent on the fact that we want something quick and it's a fix, but it might destroy the ins and outs of us, but we want that rather than actually support proper farming, proper products, proper produce? Why can't we do that? We can't do it because it's too hard. Well, actually, it's not. Because when you reach out and develop those partnerships, you know, everybody says to me, oh God, doing work in Africa is so hard. No, it's not. It's like anywhere on the planet. You have to go in there and build relationships. You have to find what you want. You have to work with people. And you have to want to do it in the environment you're going into, not the environment that you're coming from. And so I think we need to just start changing how we develop those partnerships. And I really, really urge everyone that let's look at the great resource that's human. The young people, you know, we saw a picture here not a few minutes ago, you know, lots of people crammed onto a boat wanting to come here. Why do they want to come here? Is it because we sell a golden dream here? And we don't tell people how difficult it is to actually earn a living here, just like anywhere else? And why is it that we don't actually invest our monies, invest our resources in the people so that they don't need to be sustainable from the outside, that they're sustainable from their own countries? I wouldn't want to leave my family behind for a better life if I knew I could do it in the country of my birth. Why did my father come to this country? Why did my grandfather come? He wanted a better life in the 1930s and the 1960s. But you know what? I think now the pendulum is shifting. And I was talking to some very senior business people in Uganda over the last few days I've been there. And we're looking at ways of how those partnerships are better strengthened. How do we make our partnerships work for the UK and work for the countries on the African continent? And remember, the African continent is as diverse as anywhere else on the planet. You know, the East and the West and the South and the North is all different. But each one of those parts has so much to offer. So let's really look at how we really build on. And I'm really, really pleased that the UK government, through UK Export Finance, is making that happen. And if you aren't engaged with UK Export Finance, please have a look. Please have a look at your countries of interest and look at what work is being done through UK Export Finance and all the other means of being able to get support to work in different countries. So for me, I would urge all of you to be confident, never fear. You know, when I remember my son going into Uganda 6 years ago, everybody said, oh, you'll be back. It's too tough. You won't last it. No. He built the first hybrid solar system in Uganda. We pre-commissioned it yesterday, which is why I was there. You know, we're doing 687 solar irrigation sites in Uganda. We've got another phase going on, hopefully in the next 3 years. It's about believing you can do it. It's about building the local communities partnerships with you. It's about engagement. All of our staff in Uganda are from Uganda. we invest in the people. You need to invest in what you know. And I know business, my son knows business, you guys know business. The final thing is the philanthropy. I always lisp with the word philanthropy. I think everybody struggles with that one. But you know, and that is a conversation. Sustainable, ethical underpinning to it. If we go to bed at night knowing we've done something that is good, not just for ourselves, but for the planet, for the people around us, I can tell you, you triple, fourfold any profit that you need to make. Because by bringing people on board with you, you actually change not just their lives, but your own. And I think once you start to see that, making money is so much better. Sharing it is even better. My son always says, the pie is for all of us. There's more than enough for us all to have a bit of it. So thank you all very much indeed.
Thank you, thank you, thank you. That was amazing. That was inspirational. Thank you, distinguished ladies and gentlemen. Can I ask once again, can we please put our hands together for a woman that is exquisite in business, making difference in the house of, in our parliament here. Let's appreciate Baroness Verma. Thank you very much, ma'am. Okay, so if I may ask, I know dinner was supposed to be served now, but we're just going to pause for 10 minutes before we do that. One of the things that I particularly love about the ALM events is that, you know, you come to some events and it's usually just the men talking. But I love the fact that when I do ALM, we always have the women in equal measure as the men. And it's so inspirational and so encouraging to do that. So we're going to go on to, once again, to hear from another amazing woman. She is trailblazing in business, philanthropy. She's a mother, she's a wife, she's, you name it, she is all of that. I first ran into her 20 years ago. And it's amazing to note that 20 years later, she's just expanding and expanding in her portfolio of work and impact on humanity. So I'm just going to quickly, okay, so I'm just being given another instructions on the back of the room there. So I'm going to head over to technical because how are we doing? Are we ready with that video from His Excellency? Is that what it is? Okay, so do bear with me. Let me just halt that. Dr. Helen, thank you for understanding, ma'am. Thank you. So let's hear from His Excellency, the President of Malawi.
Hello. Yes, sir. How are you?
The executives of the African Leadership Magazine,
So what's up?
delegates from around the world,
Cape Town?
ladies and gentlemen, I am delighted to receive this year's African Person of the Year award from the African Leadership Magazine. To be receiving this award from the previous holder, Dr. Tedros Ghebreyesus, head of the World Health Organization, whom I met for the first time a few days ago, is a great honor. However, it is also a reminder of the unique times we live in and the kind of leadership that is needed at the highest level to navigate them. In sum, we live in an era of global problems that require leaders with a global perspective to build global coalitions and create global solutions through global collaboration. Whether the challenge we face within our nations is socioeconomic, or environmental, or political, or humanitarian, there is sure to be one or more critical components of the problem and its solutions that are global in nature. No nation on earth is insulated from the effects of the actions of others. If one nation invades another in the global north, as is currently happening in Eastern Europe, it affects the political and economic stabilities of nations in the global south. If one nation pollutes its atmosphere in the west, as has been the case for centuries, it can affect weather patterns and trigger tropical storms in Malawi decades later. If one nation has an outbreak of polio in the east, it can end up being imported to Malawi and trigger a national health emergency months later. The bottom line is this: we are all connected and are in the same boat. And so we need leaders who can lead us to roll in the same direction. For this reason, it is good that the African Leadership Magazine does not choose the recipient of this award by the whims of a few monolithic individuals within its offices. Instead, the selection is surrender to a global and public vote, because the people can also be trusted to recognize the kind of leadership they desire and aspire to. To have been chosen as the recipient of this year is therefore humbling. I accept this award with great humility and dedicate it to the Malawian people, whose fortitude, courage, vision, resilience, and honesty is responsible for my ascendancy to the presidency of Malawi and the chairship of SADC. With this accolade, I'm even more determined to continue pressing on towards the attainment of true sovereignty for Malawi and the nations of Africa. I thank you.
Thank you, thank you, thank you so much. Thank you to His Excellency, Dr. Lazarus Chakwera, President of Malawi. So now we're just going to have a brief moment, a conversation. I think it's important that we hear from our next speaker. She's simply amazing, as I've mentioned, but I am not fit to do the introduction or the conversation, as it were. So once again, can we please put our hands together and welcome our Chairman, CEO, African Leadership Magazine, Dr. Ken Gyame.
Thank you so much, Priscilla. And may I humbly invite Dr. Helen Orisa-Jaffo. Please put your hands together for her. Thank you. Thank you, madam.
Thank you so very much.
Yes, we will be having a very brief conversation to get to meet Dr. Helen. I met her for the first time in South Africa.
That's right.
And after meeting her, I went to read up on her. And I was blown away by the impact of your work, not just across Nigeria, as it were, but I see that you're also building bridges in the Americas, especially with the African-American community there.
That's right.
And we were not surprised when you were voted alongside President Chakwera and other distinguished African leaders as the African Philanthropist of the Year. Congratulations again.
Thank you very much indeed. Thank you.
And like Baroness Verma said, why do you do what you do?
Oh my God. First and foremost, let me start by appreciating everyone here today and for all the Howardis as well present or wherever they might be. And then, of course, Baroness Vama, it's quite a pleasure meeting you tonight as well. My story is like this. When I was 4 years old, I lost my mother. In losing my mother, my eyes opened to many things. I got to realize that although you might be surrounded with wealth, but then it might not have a hold or reach. It might not even have a reach for. Why did I say that? I got to realize that you can actually go to bed in the midst of plenty. So because my mom wasn't alive. And that created a passion in me to saying that life should not just be based on what you can do for yourself and what you can achieve for yourself, but what you can do in transforming the lives of other people, giving them a leap to realizing their goals and dreams in life, ensuring that you can also put smile on people's faces, because it is not just an individual that needs to smile. We all deserve to smile. But if we do not try to put in ourselves out to helping someone, I would always make this reference, Dr. Kami, that my belief, my philosophy of life is seeing to the transformation and to the well-being of mankind. I am passionate about that. I saw my father doing the same thing growing up, and I also discovered that it's very innate with me as well. So in a nutshell, it is my background that has informed my now.
Awesome, awesome. Not everyone from a wealthy family thinks about others, unfortunately. But for you, we've seen you touch the lives of people, especially women. What would you say are some of your proudest achievements as a philanthropist? What are some of those stories you can refer to? I still remember one or two you've shared before.
Yeah, well, this really comes to mind. I remembered when we started our bank, and as the chairman of the bank, I was in the office, and a young woman walked into the office, and in discussion with one of the staff in the bank, wanting to open an account and then, of course, to see the possibility of the bank helping out financially. But in the process of that conversation, this very lady hadn't any money even to open an account. So the bank staff looked at it and said, "Oh, ma'am, but you need some money." But I saw a woman who, although hadn't money with her, but you could actually categorize her as an active poor in the sense that although she hadn't money, but she wants to do something with herself. And so that actually endeared her to me. And I stepped into the conversation and invited her over to the office. And by the time I sat down with her, I saw the need to actually put it on my shoulders and see the possibility of her becoming great in life. 10 years later, this woman walked into my office and she said, "I want you to know what your God and you have done for me." And I saw her brought out a checkbook, writing a 50 million naira note. And of course, that wasn't meant for me. She actually wrote that with the intent to use it for whatever reason. But she wanted to show me that 10 years before, I was like this. But 10 years later, because you believed in me, I can now do this. I wish we can have as many people out there because, hey, for every one of us sitting here today, someone must have believed in you. And that's why you are seated here where you are. It's for me, every time I ruminate over our story, it gives me some level of joy and thick. It's more or less like saying that, hey, just in helping someone, how many years ago and today, she has houses, she has all manner of things. I mean, it's unbelievable just because someone dared to believe in her.
Wow, that's awesome. I think it's a good place to put your hands together there. There's an African proverb that when you train a woman, you feed a village.
A nation, I want to say. That would not be a village. Well, anyhow,
yes.
That's the
so
truth.
you feed a nation.
Yes.
Yes, and we see that in you. You run a microfinance bank. You run a mega church, co-pastor of a
With my
mega
husband,
church
yes.
with your husband.
Yeah.
You have the Helping Hand Foundation, if I'm not mistaken.
Yes, Dr. Helene Hands to the Needy Foundation.
And so many things. How are you able to do all of this and still look good?
Oh my God. Okay, well, how have I been able to do this? I think it's time management and prioritizing, should I put it this way, putting priority to what matters. I believe very strongly that, in fact, what drew me into banking is to see how we can create a synergy and involvement in economy amongst the poor, because most times they are undermined, or perhaps they lack the what you would call the prerequisite in terms of education on knowing what to do with what they have. And this has to do with savings culture. So by and large, I try to invest my time where I know it's needed, managing my home, being a wife, a mother, a chairman of a bank, a proprietor of a school, an MD of a brewery chain, an insurance manager, and the list endless. But in all this, it's all about service, rendering services to people and where it's needed at the end of the day. Yes.
Yeah, I've got just two short questions, hopefully, and we'll be done. I know people want to have dinner. But I think yesterday, President Biden nominated the first Black woman to the Supreme Court. And we're seeing women break glass ceilings that were before now. And here you are, chain of businesses, CEO. I want to be like you when I grow up, you know.
That's okay. I mean,
But what does it represent? What does it mean to you to see women really break the glass ceilings, rise to positions they've never risen before? How do you feel about that?
Oh, it means a lot. I mean, look about Ernest here seated tonight and many others as well. Put it this way, life does not give you what you deserve. It only gives you what you decide to take. And it has nothing to do with gender. It has nothing to do with color, and it has nothing to do with your race. It is the inner thing in you that tells you you deserve it. You matter. And when you are able to allow that thing in you to come to fore, there is no stopping you. So I want to say to women out there, and men too, that do not allow your environment to dictate what you should become, but rather dictate to your environment that you have come.
I should be taking notes, but I'm sure Kai is taking notes for me. Okay, finally, you, for the next 1 year, you are our reigning African Philanthropist of the Year. Philanthropy. And and for Africa, we've talked about trade and not aid. For you, what's the balance between philanthropy, aid, and trade? Being a businesswoman and be a big someone who is big on philanthropy. What do you think the relationship should be like?
Well, the balance there is capacity building. The balance there is capacity building. And why did I say that? See, that you can have sustainability, developing synergy, and economic growth and development without capacity. Africa is blessed with many resources. We're blessed with, just like Byron said a while ago, people are up there and are sound. But the greatest challenge we have is that we have not been able to focus on developing solid structures. Okay. Now, in the Western world, someone might have been, you have organizations that probably started 200 years ago, 300 years ago, and they're still in existence. But if you go to Africa, how many of them can you point at? Once the founders passed on, that probably would be the end of the organization. So we are not building sustainability. Capacity would help to unveiling the necessity of understanding sustainability, or what I will call success transfer. And how do you come about that? Number one, you need to understand that things don't just happen. People make things happen. Number two, you also need to focus on what is needed. What is your area of passion? What do you want to do? We all have a purpose in life, but most times it tends to get lost because we've lost our self-worth and the understanding about the reason of being here on earth. So that's a big challenge right there. Then the capacity aspect of it as well that I would like to introduce is the aspect of growing financially, because someone can give you money, and if you have no value for it, it doesn't matter how long that money has been, it can easily disappear. So some of the challenges we've had with Africa and why we have not been able to rise up as a nation is because we've not been able to embrace the aspect of capacity building, not just in policy, but making it an embodiment and informing our actions, reactions, and doing the needful where it is necessary. So I believe if that would be partnership, because I want to believe that the West have that capacity level that it can actually transfer, to Africa in bringing solid information in the area of sustainability and how to manage wealth. Not coming in to rip us up, but coming in to invest, because to partner with us. And I would always say this, a rich man amongst the poor is also very poor. A time would come when the West will have no choice than to look to Africa for solution.
Wow, thank you very much. A rich man in the midst of the poor is also poor. Thank you so much, Dr. Helen, for this beautiful time. I wish we had more time, but it's time to hand over to Priscilla. Thank you so much for this time.
Thank you, Dr. Gelmin, and thank you,
Priscilla.
And thank you, everyone here today.
Thank you so much. Thank you.
And by the way, thank you for the award.
Thank you. You deserve it.
Wow. I told you, right? I did tell you at the beginning of our evening that if we can open up ourselves, avail ourselves, that we're going to hear amazing things. And I am so inspired tonight. When I was listening to Baroness Verma, I was thinking, oh, wow, what an inspiration. And then I haven't listened to Dr. Helen Orisha-Jaffo. I'm thinking, oh my goodness, it's just topped it up just that little bit more. I wish indeed we had more time, but can I please ask of us, can we please one more time, let's appreciate Dr. Helen Orisha-Jaffo. Okay, so it's 8:10. So I'm not going to keep us much longer. Usually I should be eating before 6 p.m. Some of you might be doing the same. It's working slowly, but we're getting there. So I'm just going to pause now for us to enjoy dinner. And whilst that's happening, we'll have some music and videos playing in the background. But please do speak to each other, get to know one another, exchange your business cards, arrange, I don't know, lunch for next week or something, and talk business. You just never know what you might get from tonight. Thank you very much. Thank you. Dinner is served.
Aimless gypsy. Always near, jazz funk fusion. Bossaholics 2. Felicidadism. Live cabbage. Loan together again.
Good evening. Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. Hi, hello. I can see we're having so much fun. Hello. Good evening. I love the room. Technical, can we music, please? Thank you. Thank you all so much for obliging me. I'm loving the room. You're all talking to each other, exchanging business cards and telephone numbers and so on. So I hope that great things will be coming out of it. I hope that this will be an event to be remembered because, you know, of the great connections that we're all making tonight. So whilst we wait for our main course to come, you'll agree with me that our time is also getting far spent. And as much as we're all having fun and enjoying ourselves, we still do need to get to our respective homes and so on. And so for that reason, we're going to just present our first award for the night. Please, can we take me the music? Thank you. Thank you so much. So we're going to have our very first award for the night. So just bear with me. Let me tell us a little bit about our recipient. She's a clergywoman, serial entrepreneur, and a businesswoman, a co-pastor of the Word of Life Bible Church, located in Warri, Delta State, Nigeria. She emerged winner of the African Philanthropist of the Year Award in the 10th edition of the African Leadership Magazine Persons of the Year Award 2021. In recognition of her consistency, her commitment, and continuous efforts towards expanding educational opportunities to the poor, combating poverty, and increasing the standards of living of the people. As an entrepreneur and philanthropist, Dr. Orisha Jafo is a woman of vast knowledge and experience in the world of business, both locally and internationally. She's the founder of several companies in Nigeria. She's already told us herself, but we're not intimidated, including the Eagle Flight Microfinance Bank. We just want to be like her when we grow up. The Eagle Wings Secured Insurance Brokerage Limited and the African Broadcasting Network. She's also the founder of a Hand to the Needy Foundation and the Eagle Hand International and Foundation, through which she effectively carries the responsibilities of a mother as she reaches out and positively impacts the lives of the needy, homeless, and the poor. In April 2021, she provided financial support to small and medium-scale enterprises that were grossly affected by the COVID-19 pandemic, with startup capitals ranging from 300 to 500,000 naira, respectively. She also empowered about 500 widows with cash and food items in October 2021, and is presently still empowering over 3,000 market women in Warri, Delta State, Nigeria, to keep them mobilized on the social strata and help boost their trade and income. And to present this award tonight is another very distinguished, inspirational woman. We have heard from her tonight. You'll agree with me, she's simply amazing. So let's put our hands together as we welcome to the stage to present the award to our philanthropist or person of the year recipient. Before we welcome her, let's welcome Baroness Verma. Clap well, the starter was good. You have a little bit of energy. Let's get that out. Thank you. Thank you. Where's the love? Ladies and gentlemen, where's the love? Let me feel that love. Thank you. You know, the love that went into the starters. Okay. And our recipient tonight, let's once again, we need to show her some love. Our main course is coming and then we still have dessert afterwards. So we can't expend our energy. Can we please welcome Dr. Helen Orisha Jafo. Congratulations, ma'am. On behalf of the African Leadership Magazine, you are our philanthropist of the year, 2021. We would like to hear from you again. Thank you very much, ma'am.
Oh my God, I am really humbled by this. I'd like to first and foremost start with recognizing again the presence of Baroness Vama, the CEO of African Magazine, Dr. Germi, distinguished ladies and gentlemen. I have told my story, and it all started with me losing my mother, a great woman indeed. And I would still love to honor her tonight, and my father as well, who instilled in me and has contributed immensely in making me the woman that I am today. I also would like to appreciate a man. He is a crown over my head. He is my husband. His Eminence, Papa Hayodele Orishegbubemi Orioye Jumbo Orishijafo. And to my lovely 3 children, triplets, as a matter of fact. This is after I'd waited for 9 years before having them. And to every woman out there aspiring to be somebody, and to every human being who says, why not, if not? It is to say tonight that I am truly grateful for the honor bestowed on me, and it is to also dedicate it to those who have made themselves so real in my life. I'm not here alone tonight. I'm here with wonderful people. My sister is here, Mrs. Wally Croft, and my brother, Holu Akimbobola. And then I also have some of our pastors who are here, Pastor Dave and his beautiful wife, Pastor Duke, and many more. They are all here tonight just to say they love me. But indeed, I love you. Thank you for having me. And thank you for this award. May this bring total transformation, healing, deliverance, and betterment to mankind. In Jesus' name.
Amen. Thank you so much. Can we continue to appreciate our person, philanthropist of the year? Thank you so much. Thank you. Thank you. Okay, so distinguished ladies and gentlemen, our evening continues. Our main course is being served. We do have a conversation that's yet to take place. Can I ask that we just complete the main course so that we can then have the conversation in calmer environments? So just bear with us. We will do that very quickly. So as the main course comes through, please do enjoy. Bon appetit. The awards are yet to be presented as well. So we still have more awards to be presented tonight. Thank you.
I just want flex, don't need stress in my life.
Significant lady.
I just want flex, don't need stress in my life. I just want flex, don't need stress in my life. Avoid the yawa, I no want queue for the bank. Sharp, sharp, I don't open an account. Digital bank, we get the power, now vote. I pay my bills easily, I'm running things like a boss. Collect a loan with no collateral. Vault is the way, Vault is the answer. From Polaris Bank, Vault is the answer. Vault is the way.
Take control. Download Vault by Polaris Bank. That's VULTE. Visit the Google Play Store or Apple Store now. Vault is available to Polaris and non-Polaris Bank customers. Vault.
Sojourn in Flagstaff.
my life. Avoid the yawa, I no want queue for the bank. Sharp, sharp, I don't open an account. Digital bank, we get the power, now vote. I pay. I just want flex, don't need stress in my life. Avoid the yawa, I no want queue for the bank. Sharp, sharp, I don't open an account. Digital bank, we get the power, now vote. I pay my bills easily, I'm running things like a boss. Collect a loan with no collateral. Vote is the answer, vote is the way. Vote is the answer, from Polaris Bank. Vote is the answer, vote is the way.
Take control. Download Volt by Polaris Bank. That's VULTE. Visit the Google Play Store or Apple Store now. Volt is available to Polaris and non-Polaris Bank customers. Volt.
I just want flex, don't need stress in my life. Avoid the yawa, I no want queue for the bank. Sharp, sharp, I don't open an account. Digital bank, we get the power, now vote. I pay my bills easily, I'm running things like a boss. Collect a loan with no collateral. Vote is the answer, vote is the way. Vote is the answer, from Polaris Bank. Vote is the answer, vote is the way.
Take control. Download Volt by Polaris Bank. That's VULTE. Visit the Google Play Store or Apple Store now. Volt is available to Polaris and non-Polaris Bank customers. Volt.
I just want flex, don't need stress in my life. Avoid the yawa, I no want queue for the bank. Sharp, sharp, I don't open an account.
The Gypsy King. Transposed preferences.
Hello again. Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, hi.
Wednesday mistake.
Can I ask us all to please return to our seats? May I have everybody's attention, please? Can we take away the music, please? Can I have everybody's attention? Okay, thank you. Thank you all so much for obliging me. If I can ask us all to please take our seats. I hope you enjoyed the main course, and for all our online participants, I hope you also enjoyed what's in the fridge, what was available to you on the desk, in the fridge, and so on. So we've come to the part of the evening where we're going to do the rest of our awards. And as we did say, that it's a hybrid event tonight. And so some of our recipients are online. I'm going to introduce them. Some of them already have the awards with them. And then they will give us 5 minutes, just a 2 minutes thank you, if that's okay. So if I can ask, if I may, I just have everybody's attention. The room is rather, rowdy. So I'm going to pause until we all kind of pause for a touch of silence. Thank you. Thank you, everyone. Thank you all so much. Thank you. Okay. For the sake of our online viewers, they are also paying attention to what's happening. So we do need to keep our noise down. If we can halt our conversations till later, it will be great. They've been bearing with us as we've been sitting here, speaking to each other, engaging, making new friends, swapping numbers and stories. Let's also give them some time. At the moment, most of them are sort of sitting in front of a box, something we all learned so much of in 2020 and 2021. So our first recipient, our second recipient tonight, he's a career banker. Having spent, bear with me a second. Let me just, okay. He's a career banker. May I ask the music to be taken off completely, please? It's somewhat distracting for me. Thank you. Thank you all so much. He's a career banker, having spent most of his life in banking. He has over 24 years of banking experience, 13 of which have been in leadership positions. He started his banking career with Nedbank South Africa before moving to FNB, where he spent most of his career. He has vast international experience attained in South Africa, Botswana, Zimbabwe, and now Malawi. He holds a master's degree in business administration from Oxford Brookes University, Masters of Science degree in strategic management from University of Derby, and master's degree in business administration, banking and finance from the Bangor University in Wales. He's also a chartered banker with Institute of Bankers in Scotland. Additionally, he also holds diplomas and advanced professional development certificates from several reputable institutions like Wits and Gibbs Business School. Tonight, he is the recipient of the SME Support and Development Bank of the Year Award. Ladies and gentlemen, can we please appreciate, he is also the Executive Officer, MBS Bank Malawi. Can we please appreciate Kwanele Ngwem? Yeah, I hope I said that right. Let's put our hands together. Hopefully technology will work with us. And we'll be able to hear from him. Okay. If we're able to get back to him in a moment. So our next recipient, just bear with me a moment. I tell you, technology in 2021, 2020, and 22, we're still here, has been absolutely amazing. Once upon a time, we used to think they were the best thing, they could never go wrong. Bear with me a second as I work my way through my many papers. Okay, so our next recipient, bear with me a moment, hold on. Okay, our next recipient to receive the Business Leadership Commendation Award. He's the former CEO, he's a founder and CEO of Salam Technologies Group's SAS Senegal. Can we please put our hands together and appreciate Makta Sai? How are we doing with our technology? Okay. Well,
Bonsoir.
Are we good? Okay. So let me move on to our next recipient because of time. Our next recipient is the first female and current president of the Chartered Institute of Bankers, Ghana, in the 43-year history of the institute, and member of the board of directors of the Ghana Deposit Protection Corporation. She retired from EcoBank in 2018 as assistant vice president of EcoBank Ghana and regional head, corporate communications, EcoBank Foundation, Anglophone West Africa, Ghana, Liberia, Sierra Leone, Gambia, and Guinea, with over 33 years banking experience and 22 years in EcoBank in various roles and capacities. She initiated several activities and programs in EcoBank Ghana and the EcoBank Group in customer services and other areas of the bank, positioning EcoBank Ghana as a customer-centric institution and leading the bank to winning numerous awards. She was awarded a fellow of the Chartered Institute of Bankers Ghana in 2008 after obtaining her associate banker status with the Institute of Banking and Financial Services in the UK in 1995. Having schooled at City Banking College, UK, she is also an alumnus of the University of Leicester, UK, where she graduated with MBA, Financial Options. She has been a member of Action Chapel International under the dynamic leadership of Archbishop Nicholas Duncan Williams for over 37 years. She's currently the national president of the Women of Action and the regional bishop of region overseeing 4 of the branches of ACI. In line with her vision, she has mentored many young ladies, supported and empowered them to discover and live purpose-driven lives. As a chartered member of the John Maxwell team, she offers leadership and management training and workshop on change, time management, strategic management, customer service, amongst others. As a coach and a mentor, she continues to be a role model to many. So tonight, she's receiving the Lifetime Achievement Award in Banking. She's the President Chartered Institute of Bankers from Ghana, Right Reverend Patricia Sapor. Can we put our hands together for her? How are we doing technical? I think it's fair that we hear from them. Are we able to go? No, we want to speak to them through Zoom. Can we do so through Zoom, please? Okay, so let's hear from Makta Sai. Makta Sai is our recipient of the Business Leadership Commendation Award. He's also the founder, CEO, Salam Technologies Group, SAS Senegal.
Good evening, tout le monde. I will speak in French, but I am francophone. Just 1 minute. Excellente et distinguée invitée. Donc, c'est vraiment un honneur pour nous de recevoir cette distinction du Business Leadership Commendation Award, dont l'Africa Leadership Magazine nous a distingués. Nous aurons aimé nous rendre à Londres pour recevoir ce prix prestigieux. Nos engagements et nos projets ne nous ont pas permis de faire le déplacement. Cette distinction est pour nous un honneur et une récompense pour nos efforts et contributions dans le domaine des ICT en Afrique de l'Ouest francophone, particulièrement au Sénégal. De plus, cela nous encourage également à continuer à doter l'Afrique des dernières technologies de communication et de sécurité. Ce prix, je le dédie d'abord à toute l'équipe du groupe Slam Technology Group, cette grande équipe qui réinvente tous les jours et rend accessibles les technologies UCC pour nos entreprises africaines. Je remercie l'équipe de African Leadership Magazine pour l'intérêt qui est porté à notre personne et surtout à nos travaux et réalisations dans le domaine des technologies. Donc, merci beaucoup. Je suis très content d'avoir reçu cette distinction et je remercie tout le monde. Thank you.
Thank you very much. He says, thank you. He appreciates, the effort. My French is pretty good, right? I'll interpret the rest, but for the sake of time, I'm going to hold it. Oh, don't worry, we'll come to that later. So how are we doing technical? Can we get our first recipient up? So if we just go back to Zoom, do you know what? What we'll do is we'll leave the Zoom up. I'll call their name and you just release them. Yeah, we'll do that. So you put the Zoom up again, please. Okay, then. So, our first recipient for the SME Support and Development Bank of the Year Award, that went to Kwaneli Ngwemya. Do we have that? We don't have him. Do we have Reverend Patricia Sapo? No, okay. All right, so our next recipient in that case, ladies and gentlemen, thank you all for bearing with me. He was recently appointed as the Director General of the Nigerian Civil Aviation Authority by President Muhammadu Buhari, while serving as the representative of Nigeria on the Council of International Civil Aviation Organizations. During an illustrious career that has spanned over 39 years, he's a pilot by profession, has worked for various reputable public, commercial, and private organizations, including the defunct Nigerian Airways Limited, the Presidential Air Fleet, Petro West Operations SA, Aero Contractors Limited Nigeria, Nigerian Civil Aviation Authority, and the Federal Ministry of Transportation, where he held various technical and managerial positions of responsibilities, including line captain, training captain, chief pilot, flight safety manager, and technical assistant to the Honorable Minister of Aviation, amongst several others. He's an experienced international aviator with proven leadership and organizational skills. He was the coordinator and focal person for Nigeria as the host state of the highly acclaimed third ICAO World Aviation Forum in Abuja, where the declaration and framework for a plan for action for the development of aviation infrastructure in Africa was adopted. In addition to holding a Nigerian and US FAA air transport pilot license with several type ratings, the captain holds the prestigious Aviation Masters of Business Administration degree from Concordia University, Montreal, Canada, and several other professional, technical, and managerial qualifications. The captain is a member of several professional and industrial organizations. He is tonight receiving the African Aviation Personality of the Year Award. Captain Musa Nuhu is the Director General, Nigerian Civil Aviation Authority. Can we please put our hands together? Congratulations, sir.
Thank you very much.
I'd love to hear from you.
Thank you much. Very good evening, Your Excellencies, distinguished ladies and gentlemen. I wish to express my profound appreciations for the organizers of this annual event, African Leadership magazine, under the tutelage of Dr. Ken Jami. The African Innovation Personality Award goes beyond a personal honor, but also a reflection of the collaborative efforts of various parties put in place for the restart and recovery of the aviation industry in a safe, organized manner, and a new normal environment occasioned by the devastating impacts of the COVID-19 pandemic. Air transportation is an enabler of economic growth and development. This is more so in Africa, with large traveling distances with inadequate transport infrastructure, land transport infrastructure, and other logistics challenges. Aviation is a key component of the African Union Agenda 2063 through the implementation of the Single African Air Transport Market, which is a major driver of the African Continental Free Trade Area. African Continental Free Trade Area is the world's largest market by connecting over 1.2 billion people across 54 countries, with excellent potentials of becoming the world's trade market in terms of economic and financial values in the near future. The challenges of Africa provide huge opportunities to be exploited. African Continental Free Trade Area is a vehicle to close this gap. The success of African Continental Free Trade Area will create excellent opportunities for Africans to define the true and real Africa and tell our stories from our own perspective. So hopefully the work we are doing in our own area will contribute to the success of the African Continental Free Trade Area for the benefit and improve living standards for the peoples of Africa. Thank you very much.
Appreciate Captain Musa Nuhu. Congratulations once again, sir. Thank you very much. Our African Aviation Personality of the Year Award. So it's not just this table that is with me. So can I ask us all once again to please put our hands together for the good captain. Thank you. Our next recipient, you would have seen the adverts earlier. Some of us were probably wondering what was that all about. Okay, so our next recipient is currently the Managing Director, CEO of Polaris Bank Limited, where he leads the bank through a corporate transformation journey of becoming the leading digitally enabled retail bank in Nigeria. He's a seasoned banker with decades of outstanding career achievements in leading commercial banks in Nigeria. He has leveraged in-depth industry knowledge to lead teams in developing and executing cutting-edge strategies and innovations, leading to major corporate transformation and turnaround projects in the nation's financial service industry. Through investment in people, technology, and processes, he has, as the MD CEO, ensured that Polaris Bank sustains a profit growth trajectory since taking over leadership in the year 2020. This is in the face of the global economic challenges of the COVID-19 pandemic. He has also led one of the most ambitious enterprise transformation initiatives, which has accelerated growth across the bank's retail, small and medium-sized enterprises, commercial and also corporate banking segments. His digital leadership acumen has helped to position the bank as a digitally enabled bank, leading to the launch of the bank's flagship digital banking platform, Vault, which won the prestigious Business Day Banks and Other Financial Institutions Digital Bank of the Year award. That's what the advert was about. This feat has been widely acknowledged as a testimony to visionary leadership, diligent planning, and strategic execution. In his effort to build a sustainable enterprise, he has continued to raise the brand's visibility and drive loyalty and patronage from all key sectors of the economy, as well as making Polaris a bank of choice for the young generation of banking employees and customers. His career history underscores his persona as a thoroughbred professional who rose through the hierarchy and fully prepared him for his current role as MD CEO. Before his appointment on the bank of Sky, before his appointment on the board of Sky Bank in 2016, following the regulatory intervention, he was an executive director in Keystone Bank Limited, where he recorded outstanding contributions and achievements, resulting in the successful turnaround, repositioning, and eventual divestment of the bank by the Asset Management Corporation of Nigeria, AMCON. So to receive tonight the African Digital Banker of the Year for Polaris Bank, let's appreciate Mr. Innocent Ike, MD, CEO of Polaris Bank. I understand we don't have him online. Congratulations to him, nevertheless. Okay, our next recipient is the Chief Executive Officer of Zambia National Commercial Bank. She has vast experience spanning over 20 years in various service industry roles. As a seasoned banker, she has served in senior capacities at multiple banks. She's the first female managing director at Access Bank Zambia. Before joining Zenaco, she served as managing director at National Savings and Credit Bank, driving its digital agenda to heights. She has also served as Stanbic Bank Zambia as head of personal and business banking, and Standard Chartered Bank PLC as executive director, consumer banking. In 2019, she was one of the 10 delegates from across the African continent conferred with a leadership award from the African Leadership magazine to recognize her corporate governance leadership. Receiving tonight the award for the African Female Leader of the Year, and she's the Chief Executive of Zambian Commercial Bank, Zanaco PLC. Let's appreciate Mukwandi Chibusa Kunda. Oh, we're not very warm anymore. What's going on? I need to feel the warmth. Thank you. Thank you, sis. Much appreciated. Thank you, sis. I'm loving this. The men in the room not clapping for me, no? Okay, so here's our recipient. Once again, let's appreciate our African Female Leader of the Year, Mukwandi Chibusa Kunda. You're very welcome, ma'am. Congratulations. I hope I said your name right. Forgive me if I haven't.
Well, the name has been definitely said right. Unfortunately, Mrs. Chibusa Kunda wasn't able to join us this evening. So my name is Verona Nkolola, and I'm the head of communications at Zanaco, receiving the award on her behalf. So allow me to recognize Baroness Verma and the CEO of the Africa Leadership magazine, Kenneth Swanica. I hope I'm getting that right. All other distinguished guests and award recipients, good evening. As I mentioned, I'm receiving this award on behalf of Mrs. Chibusa Kunda, who is CEO of Zanaco. And on her behalf, we would like to thank the Africa Leadership magazine for bestowing this honor of being a joint female winner of the African Female Leader of the Year. Our gratefulness is also extended to our Zambian community and our team at Zanaco for voting for her and making this award possible. So thank you once again, and God bless you all.
Thank you, Verna. We appreciate that. Congratulations to all of you. Thank you so much. Okay. Our next recipient, believe it or not, is actually in the house. So I'm excited, or at least there's somebody here that's going to receive it on his behalf. He was appointed group. So before I do that, can I welcome to present our award? Can we please put our hands together for our CEO once again, Dr. Ken Gyami. So our next recipient was appointed Group Chief Executive Officer and Managing Director of CRDB Bank PLC in October 2018. As Group CEO and Managing Director, He is credited with instituting strategic reforms at the country's largest commercial bank by assets. He is passionate about leadership, economic empowerment, financial inclusion, and sustainable development. During his first year at the bank, he spearheaded the bank's accreditation by the United Nations Green Climate Fund as a financial intermediary in green financing. CRDB Bank became the first commercial bank in Eastern Central Africa to be accredited as a direct access entity. In October 2021, the bank secured US $100 million funding to support climate resilient agriculture and technology adaptation in Tanzania. His acumen in business has earned him leadership roles in various management boards in the country. He currently serves as chairman of the Tanzanian, as chairman of the bank, as we know, and was inducted into the African CEOs Hall of Fame by the African Leadership magazine in 2021. He was listed amongst the 50 most reputable bank CEOs in Africa by Reputational Poll International. So, to receive our African Banking Personality of the Year, the Managing Director, CRBD Bank Tanzania, Mr. Abdul Majid Nsekela, but tonight he is represented by the Director of Retail of the bank, Mr. Boma Rabala. Can we please put our hands together and welcome him? Congratulations, sir. A few words on behalf of your CEO.
Good evening, everyone. Dr. Kenny Giami, Chairman of African Leadership Organization, distinguished guest, invited guest, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Boma Rabala. I'm the Director of Retail Banking from CRDB Bank, and I'm here on behalf of Mr. Abdulmajid Nsekela, who is our Group Managing Director and CEO of CRDB Bank. I'm really honored to be here, and I must say, it's not really common for people of my kind to address the team whom I've met here. And of course, I have a theory in boardroom meetings, and I also deals with a lot of negotiations and investors briefing. So I will really apologize.
Ladies and gentlemen, please, can we have some calm in the room? I appreciate that, we're still serving, but can we please be calm so that we can hear the speech? Thank you. Please continue, sir.
Thank you. So you really forgive me if I mistakenly use some figures and some salesman speech as I'm speaking to you. I'm really deeply humbled to stand before you this evening to receive this award on behalf of our Group CEO and Managing Director of CRDB Bank. And on behalf of the bank, the people behind this, Abdulmajid being recognized as the African Banking Personality of the Year, it's a really profound honor for him, for his family, colleagues, CRDB Bank, and our beloved country, Tanzania. Besides giving him a strong sense of accomplishment, this award remunerates his desire to keep speaking for the change. This is so because it's physical of the enormous responsibility he has as a leader to use his position to influence and credibility as a corporate leader to champion the economic emancipation of the African continent. Africa deserves solid financial institutions to power the dream of its people. Abdulmajid, being the chief executive of Tanzania's largest commercial bank, is striving to help create and support investment climate in Tanzania and in the region. So I urge all of us who are here, who have regard Africa, to do as much as we can. Distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, tonight's theme that focus on impacting investing, sustainability in Africa speaks to the heart of many people in this room. Today, more than ever, corporate must think along the lines of impacting and sustainability and integrate them into the strategy. So doing this will guarantee the longevity of the organization. CRDB Bank is doing its part, and perhaps this is part of the person why we stand before you tonight. CRDB Bank has a soft spot for peers cooperation impacting lives through their business. CRDB Bank has even a softer spot for those doing a bit to protect the Mother Earth. Ladies and gentlemen, I wish to dedicate this award on behalf of Abdulmajid Nsekela to everyone in this room, doing something to change a life or make our environment sustainable. As we break from this gathering tonight, I want to urge each of you to reflect on the words of Abraham Lincoln, who said, "The dogmas of the quiet past are inadequate to the storm present. As our case is new, we must think anew and act anew. We must decentral ourselves, and then we shall save our country." Lincoln spoke before the US Congress on defining issue of his time, which was slavery. Everyone knew slavery had to end, but no one had the political will to stop it. Ladies and gentlemen, we find ourselves confronted with an issue defining in our time, and this is a climate change. We all have it individually and collectively to do something about it within our powers. May you all find the will to do that which you must do. Thank you so much for having me.
Thank you so much, Mr. Rabella. Much, much appreciated. Thank you. I know our time is fast spent, so I'm trying to run through as quickly as we can, but I understand now that one of our recipients, our online recipient, is now ready. So can we please hear from Right Reverend Patricia Sappho, the recipient of the Lifetime Achievement Award in Banking. She's the president of the Chartered Institute of Bankers in Ghana. Welcome, welcome, Reverend.
Thank
Can
you.
we please put our hands together for the Reverend? Congratulations, ma'am.
Thank you so much, Priscilla. Thank you. Your Excellency, Lazarus Chakwera, President of Malawi, Dr. Tedros, and also the chairperson of the African magazine, Leadership Magazine, Dr. Ken Chiami, other distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, good evening. I deem it a great pleasure and honor and privilege to be one of the recipients of this year's award, receiving the Lifetime Award in Banking. Certainly, this is the doing of the Lord, and I'm eternally grateful to Him for making this possible. I thank the African Leadership Magazine for this honorable award. It is certainly a very proud and humbling experience for me to receive this award. This award is not just for me, but I believe it is also in recognition of EcoBank the Pan-African Bank's contribution to the growth of the West African continent or the African continent, coupled with my 22 years experience in banking in EcoBank. What I want to say is that giving back to society is extremely key, and it is the ultimate in life. We may not be able to make huge changes, but I believe that the little changes we make in the lives of people will go a long way to affect them and also impact our lives and impact the lives of other people. And therefore, as little as we can do to influence people, to change their lives, to cause them to transform in various ways, will go a long way to bring sustainability and also help in investing in the future. I want to once again thank the African Leadership Magazine for organizing this award. Certainly, this award is a collective honor to EcoBank, the Pan-African Bank, to the Chartered Institute of Bankers, to my family and my church members and my colleagues. And therefore, I accept this award and I receive this award to the praise and to the glory of God. Once again, thank you so much and God bless you all.
Congratulations, Right Reverend Patricia Sapo.
Thank you.
Thank you too, and God bless you too, ma'am.
Thank you.
Thank you. She received our Lifetime Achievement Award in banking. Thank you so much. Okay, we're not through yet. We still have just a couple more to go. Our next recipient is receiving a certificate of commendation. Can we please put our hands together as we welcome Chinyere Ada Wanoku? And this will be presented. Is Chinyere in the room? Do we have Chinyere in the room? Okay, we don't have Chinyere in the room. Okay, all right. I think it's important because I know we heard from our president earlier, and he's not present here, but it is important that we understand why he has received the award that he has tonight. So if I may have your attention, if you can just oblige me for a moment, I would just read his profile for us since he arrived as the president of Tanzania. The room is a little bit rowdy. I don't do very well when the room is rowdy. Just work with me. Thank you. Thank you so much. So he was born to a poor rural family in a tiny village outside the capital, Lilongwe. He's a philosopher, theologian, and a clergyman by training, and studied in Malawi, South Africa, and the United States. He became a professor at the Pan-African Theological Seminary in 2005. He has authored several publications, some of which are Reach the Nations, Islam and Animism, A Christian Perspective, Graduate Study Guide, Advanced Studies in Biblical Theology and Missions. I'm just going to pause until the room is a bit calmer. Thank you. It's important that we can all hear what is being said from here. Okay. Director, so he worked as an instructor at the Assemblies of God School of Theology from 1983 to 2000, where he became the principal in 1996. He has been the co-director and a lecturer at All Nations Theological Seminary from 1989 to 2013. He presided over the Malawian Assemblies of God. On the 14th of April 2013, he took many by surprise when he declared his intentions to run at the convention of the opposition Malawian Congress Party. On that faithful day on the party's platform, he ran for president in 2014 and 2019. Placing second both times. After each election, Chakwera has preached peace and urged Malawians to accept election results. Chakra joined forces with UTM leader Saulus Chilima and multiple other parties to form the Tonse Alliance in preparation for the June 2020 Malawian general elections. In 2020, much like his biblical name implies, Lazarus Chakwera has made a comeback in Malawian politics and in a big way. Chakwera metaphorically came back from the dead. He won Malawians' rerun presidential election in June 2020 when he defeated the incumbent president Peter Mutharika. He was sworn in against the backdrop of endemic and blatant corruption, frustrations over scarce jobs, a stagnant economy, and worsening poverty. However, since assuming office, he's been clearing the rubble of corruption. He has continued to offer servant leadership and clean government after years of looting of public finance. The creation of 1 million jobs, an increased public loan scheme, a fertilizer subsidy program, which lower prices to increase agriculture. Under his leadership, Chakra is propelling his country forward and turn it into a new Malawi. Can we please put our hands together and appreciate Dr. Lazarus Chakwera, President of Malawi. We heard from him earlier, but as you know, he's this year's Person of the Year award. Thank you, Person of the Year recipient. Thank you all so much. Okay, so on that note, we're not done. Dessert and coffee is being served, but at this point, I'm going to hand over to Ms. Julie Dyer, and she's going to take us to the next stage of our conversation where she will be moderating. Can we please put our hands together as we appreciate the presence of Julie Dyer? Let's keep clapping until she gets here. Ms. Julie Dyer, everyone. Where's our warmth? What's going on? Where are we? That lamb was good, but it wasn't that heavy. Julie, where are you? Let's clap for Julie. You're welcome.
Thank you. Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. Well, Priscilla, thank you. You've done a fantastic job this evening, and I've just been relaxing, enjoying your voice as I had the meal. It sounded like music to my ears, and I kind of lost my sense of time. So we're going to take a plenary session. This focus is still about philanthropy, the place of philanthropy, the place of financial institutions in philanthropy. So I'll be inviting my first guest, whose life. He's Mr. Mobin. He's the president of the Commonwealth Club, as well as the president of CEC. Mr. Mobin, can you kindly rise and take a seat over there? Thank you. And thanks for being here in person. We're going to have two other guests virtually. Priscilla, you have to rehash names, yeah.
Okay, so she was online just now. He's also online.
This one, Kwane.
Yeah.
Kwanele, and they never told me which two.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. Okay. All right. Yeah. Along the other panelists, we'll have our Mrs. Kwanele Ngwenya. She's the Chief Executive Officer, NBS Bank, Malawi. And sitting with her virtually will be Mrs. Patricia Supo, President, Chartered Institute of Bankers, Ghana. Thank you. All right, so thank you for being here, Mr. Mobin. Hello. So thank you for being here, Mr. Mobin. So since you're here virtually, perhaps I should start with you. Take the first question, which is, do you think the financial sector should enable customers give back and increase philanthropy? Please tell us why they should, if you think so, and how this can be done.
I think your question, I can reply you simply is that, look, philanthropy is important now because anyone who wants to, so it's not necessary that it has to be something very big. Philanthropy can be in any way. You can create jobs, you can help poor people to give them a vocational training. So, so don't take it like philanthropy, you mean that you need to give lots of money to people. So the most important thing is that, how do we alleviate poverty? How do we create jobs? And the solution is very simple. Vocational training center, that's where you train people. It is a very simple thing because everybody can't afford to go to university because it's gone so expensive. So, and I'll give you a lot of example on that. So, philanthropy is, you could set up a small vocational training center where you can help out people. In fact, I was just talking to Helen, and because she's involved into microcredit. So I was just telling her that, look, I've been 10 times to Bangladesh. I met most of the microcredit bosses, the managing directors, the presidents there in Bangladesh, because it is supposed to be Mecca of microcredit in Bangladesh. And when I met these top people there during my 10 visits over a period of 10 years, because my background is industry and I know I've trained thousands of people in my companies. So I explained it to them. I said, why are you giving money to these poor people when they have no skill? So you see, when they take this money, they will bound to make a mistake. Even people like myself with all the experience, I have made big mistakes. So people who have got no idea, when they go back home, their children are after money, and end of the day, they just try and hide their faces because they can't pay back. So this is where I said that, the best philanthropy can be is to help people, to train people, So it's not necessary you have to give money, but you can give money to vocational training center, get few people trained. And that is one of the best because, that is the only way you can alleviate poverty. Because end of the day, how you alleviate poverty, you got to create jobs.
Oh, fantastic. It seems to sync with the saying, it's better to teach people how to fish than to fish and feed them. Basically, that's what you're saying. Oh, thanks for this very instructive insight. I hope we've all picked quite a bit, picked something from what he said. I've learned a lot. I mean, rather than just trying to give them financing, like institutions, well, probably go to the minds of microfinance houses and places in financial institutions, they could actually create vocational places where people can be trained, because even veteran businessmen make mistakes. So handing them money or things like that to do business, is that?
I like to add something. You see, I've been to Nigeria and I'm doing a lot of things for Nigeria.
Please do.
Okay. So I just came back 3 days ago from Pakistan, from Islamabad. And I tell you honestly, you won't believe it. There were 16 journals hosted me a dinner in a Garrison Club. Okay. Apart from the president had in Pakistan invited me to talk about Commonwealth Entrepreneur Club, which I've started. And, you won't believe it. When I was with these 17, 18 journals, and there were probably 50 officers, colonels, brigadiers in Garrison Club Pindi. And one of the journals just came in and he started having a joke with me. And he said, well, I want to ask you. So I said to him very clearly, I said, look, 130 years my family has been in business. My grandfather, great-grandfather, my father, myself. So I said, look, I'm a brand. So please, because I have for the, so Musharraf, President Musharraf was my friend. And when I became friend with him, I said to him that, look, in 1980, I had 5 journals, my friends. I was 21. Well, I'm trying to explain it to you that I have worked very hard. And for me, the best passion right now, especially the last 2.5 years, I started this Commonwealth Entrepreneur Club. We've got 7,500 members globally joined. Because the pitch is simple: trade, collaborate, finance global SMEs to elevate poverty, to create jobs. So, so in Nigeria, I told them one thing. I said, look, what we were 40 years ago in Pakistan, Nigeria is right now there. So I said, just don't do anything, just replicate. We can do so much.
Are you implying we've retrogressed that much?
Seriously, no,
since independence.
Seriously,
do we agree with that?
No, seriously, I'm from the industry. I know it. Nigeria is doing certain things. They're doing very well, but then that is the reason I'm there. That is where I see that there's so much great potential out there. This is what I've been trying. I mean, I was there last week, a few days ago, to the president, and I told him, let's go to Nigeria, because there is so much we have in common in Nigeria and Pakistan. You won't believe it. We are already doing.
Let's go. I'm with you on this. Oh, thank you. Would you please give him a round of applause? I think he said quite a lot of instructive things here. Do we still have any of the virtual participants, if I may ask?
Yes, I am on.
Okay. Hello there.
Yes, I'm Patricia Sapo.
Yes, please go ahead, introduce yourself.
Okay, I'm Patricia Sapo. I'm the president of the Chartered Insult Bankers.
Ghana.
Ghana, yeah.
Very welcome, madam.
Thank you.
It's a pleasure to have you here. So, well, if you have anything to add to what the previous panelist said, you could do that. However, I will be asking you this question, which is, beyond giving money to benefit and less privileged in the society, integrating philanthropy into all parts of a banking organization can benefit its owners, employees, and customers. How committed is the modern day banking to philanthropy?
Okay, all right. Thank you. Thank you so much. First of all, responding to the first question regarding customers giving back to society. In the first place, it is the right thing to do. It is very important for you to take care of one another. It is important to identify the needs of people and also to support them. And for customers, most of the customers, and in fact, all of us, you deal with people, you deal with individuals. And so if you are dealing with people who have needs, that have gaps in their lives, it is only prudent, that you also invest back into those people and identify their needs and also help in various ways. So that is the contribution I want to add to what my colleague just said. Secondly, banks are very, very committed to giving back to society. And if you realize, most institutions and financial institutions, have a huge budget, for corporate social responsibility or corporate social investments. They have a line, and for most institutions, they identify the needs in their countries, in the area of health, in the area of education, and other areas, financial inclusion, and they channel those resources to that. And it also helps in building the credibility of the institution and the reputation of the organization, because once you make a lot of money or you make profits, you want to plow back and also contribute to the growth of institutions. So most financial institutions, I would say, are largely committed, to contributing to the growth of the economy. And I'll just use EcoBank as an example. In EcoBank, we have what we call the EcoBank Day. And across all the 33 countries, a day is dedicated, with a huge budget. And then we identify the need of the moment, and then the institution addresses that need. And it happens across, the continent, and most banks do say. So the committee is there, and it's very huge.
Actually, we have like about 4 more questions, but I'll skip them and I will just throw out 2, and both of you could just respond to any of the 2. So the first one is, according to AFDB's Economic Outlook on Africa, in 2018, the continent's infrastructure needs amount to $130 to $170 billion a year, with a financing gap in the range of 68 to $108 billion. That's the gap, what it's lacking basically, which cuts across critical infrastructure, power, transportation, water, agriculture. Since infrastructure investment is widely recognized as a crucial driver of economic development, how can African financial institutions scale up investments in the continent's infrastructure? That's the first one. And the second one, infrastructure in Africa is largely provided by the public sector, while private participation is mostly channeled through public-private partnerships. The complementary role of bank lending is still limited to a few countries. How do we revise this trend? Mobilize domestic resources and support from development partners and crowding in private businesses. Madam, I think you should take the first question and you'll round up with the second one.
Okay.
So about 2 minutes.
Okay, so I think that investment in infrastructure is very, very important. But most importantly, investors need to be educated, on what the investment will yield, and also to be educated on the risks involved. Once they are aware of these things, they'll be willing to invest. And then also too, it's very important for institutions to make lending very friendly, to institutions that will want to borrow. So once that is very friendly, people will want to borrow and then also embark on these infrastructural projects.
Thank you.
And it should be a deliberate thing, it should be part of the policy. And we also need leadership also that will spearhead this kind of activity and create awareness of the importance for investing in this kind of infrastructure activities.
Oh, fantastic. Thank you. Thank you, Madam. Would you please round up on the last point?
I think the future infrastructure is very important, and public-private partnership is probably the solution. But in the meantime, right now, frankly, the only country which is really taking an initiative and resolving the problem is China. So I think China can play an important role. People beginning to understand, because you see, now the new contracts being done, whatever mistakes were made in Africa or in other countries, people are now clever. So it's not that difficult, but obviously Chinese are very aggressive and they have a much bigger vision. And, it's depending on how we negotiate with the contract. But I think China is the only player in the town at the moment. But public-private partnership and the DFIs, the development institutions, are the second choice to go into it. And I think the Europeans probably have also started taking, because if they don't take participate, there'll be nothing left for
Left
them.
out of the game. And so what about the gap in financing, the 68 to 107 billion?
I think that
Dollar
frankly will probably increase because
increase.
I don't think so. It is.
And do we still look to China to be the ones to come as the
Well,
big brothers to fill in the gap?
They are the only one. They are the only one in the town without any more. So I was in a party last night. I mean, it's just a joke. I'm telling you. There was a day before yesterday. I think there was a defense security. So Malcolm started, the MI6 guy, and he said, "Look, the America is so powerful. It's so big. Spent $700 billion on defense. This and that. They've got aeroplane." So there were three English guys. So one of them said, "Excuse me, but they never won the war. They never won any war." So that was one guy. And then there was another gentleman he said, "But I tell you one thing, out of 700, half of that goes for their salaries." So while the Chinese have, seriously, it's a joke, because now the world is changing. There are new settlements. And I think, I personally feel we see good time coming.
Fantastic. Thank you for rounding up on that high note. Thanks for
Sorry,
the
I'm
very
having a
interesting
sore
joke.
throat.
So a round of applause for Mr. Mobin and Mrs.
Right,
Mrs.
Reverend Patricia Sapor.
Sapor.
Thank you so much, Reverend
Thank you.
Sapor and Mr. Modu. And
Thank
can we please put our hands together and appreciate our very own Julie Dyer? Well done, Julie. Thank you. Thank you so much. I appreciate that our time is fast spent, and I really don't want to keep us much longer. But if I may have your attention, please oblige me. Please oblige me. Please oblige me, because if we're all talking, then we can't hear what I have to say. So if I can have everybody's attention. Thank you so much. Thank you. Okay, so what we're going to do next, we do have a documentary that we're still going to run. But before then, if we may do the unveiling of the African Leadership Magazine for this year, the Persons of the Year edition. Where is our CEO? Can I invite our CEO to come up to do that? Okay, whilst I can't find him, can I ask us to run the documentary, please? Ladies and gentlemen in the room, can we have your attention? Thank you. Thank you, everyone.
Was born in Ado-Ekiti State. She's a mentor to millions of people around the world. Being a woman of faith who believes firmly in hard work and dedication, she surrendered everything to God while registering her name in the kingdom of God and telling all that God is the source of everything we own, everything we long or seek. Mama Helen is an inspiration to many, a motivational speaker, a teacher, preacher, a prolific writer, an astute banker, a philanthropist, a maker and developer of human capacity building with virtues such as integrity, selfless service, generosity, wisdom, courage, resourcefulness, temperance, and devotion to God. She's a graduate of mass communication and a master in business administration and marketing from the University of Liverpool. She stands to be the chairman of the Eagle Heights International Schools. She's also the chairman of Eagle Flight Microfinance Bank Limited, the chairman of Eagle Bureau de Change Limited, the founder and CEO of Dr. Helen, a Hand to the Needy Foundation, the chairman of Eagle Wings Secured Insurance Brokerage Limited, the president of the Daughters of Sarah Fellowship of Word-of-Life Bible Church, the CEO African Broadcasting Network TV station, the CEO Eagle Nest Guest House, the CEO Eagle Health Clinic, the CEO Eagle Fitness Center, and the Eagle Strength Bookshop, amongst others. She's a woman of vast knowledge and experience in the world of business, both locally and internationally for over 30 years, and a one-time director of a bank in Nigeria. She also owned a road construction company and has also worked with international companies and NGOs. She effectively carries out the responsibilities of a mother as she reaches out to the needy, hopeless, homeless, poor, and affects their lives with the love of Jesus Christ. She has empowered people through the Poverty Alleviation Program, a yearly program where cars, tricycles, grinding machines, and sewing machines are given out for free.
Now, one of my sister and I invite me for, say, ma come, say, one church now, Word of Life, say, ma come, we will go the program, crusade, they get her for main market. And the pikin, where they ask the wisdom on, the time, this thing, you know, they talk. You are don't waka, you know they talk. But you go dey hear wetin they talk, but to talk and come outside.
Thank you all so much.
Where Mama don
On
start
behalf of
the
African
program,
Leadership
the say,
Anywhere you go,
all of you for being in attendance. I want to say an especially huge thank you to our guest of honor tonight who has spent the evening with us, a woman that has inspired us. We can't even begin to continue, but we will be here all night.
anywhere you go, London, USA, nowhere be like Africa, nowhere be like home. Anywhere you go, New York, Chicago, nowhere be like Africa, nowhere be like home. People eruya wayo, wayaka, karibu kiti, utapewa nini, ayayaya weruya wayo, wayaka, karibu kiti, utapewa nini.
Organizing an empowerment scheme where over 500 persons were trained on various enterprises.
My Africanism will listen to you. My Kenyan legs will run to you.
Millions of naira estimated.
Come on, umekuja kubreak down. Umekuja get down. Umekuja take down. Hakuna matata kama umekuja kulipa kupiga densi hapo ulipo kata kiwa London, USA, nowhere be like Africa, nowhere be like home. Anywhere you go, New York, Chicago, nowhere be like Africa, nowhere be like home.
She's received several Global Tech Empowerment Foundation October 2021, the United Nations Global Award March 2020, an honorary doctor of the Opportunity International University Ambassador to March 2020, the African Female
Anywhere you go, London, nowhere be like Africa, nowhere be like home. Anywhere you go, New York, Chicago, nowhere be like Africa, nowhere be like home. People eruya wayo, waya karibu kiti, utapewa nini, ayayaya weruya wayo, waya karibu kiti, utapewa nini, lele.
African Watch Gold Merit Award, AGMA as Most Outstanding Philanthropist of the Year, with a conferment of African Watch Grand National Patron.